Staraj się na tym razie.
In about 15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, we will start again at the FEI Kronenberg European Championship Kronenberg 2024. Second round of the team young riders. The first three individual riders are starting. The 30 best individual riders of today are qualifying for the final. And we have the decision of the teams today, who's going to be the winner of the gold medal. Yesterday, France won the gold medal in the junior competition. Second yesterday, the team of Spain and the bronze medal for Great Britain. So far in the lead is Ireland with a lovely score, 5.74. Ireland is in the lead. Then Germany on 20.03. Third, Belgium, 22.89. The fourth position, France, 22.98. Fifth, the team of Great Britain, 25.77. Then Switzerland at position number 6, 26.34. Seventh, the Netherlands, 27.33. Eighth, the team of Sweden, 32.88. At position number 9, Italy, 33.26. And at position number 10, Denmark, with a score of 46.66. That's the result so far. Young Riders team final, second round, and individual competition over 2 rounds. Course designed by Bart Vonk from Belgium and his team. 13 obstacles, 16 efforts to make, double combination 4, vertical officer, and triple combination fence number 8. Starting with the officer, 2 strikes, and then a vertical 1 strike, another vertical, The length of the course, 545 meters, speed 400 meters a minute, and the time it out will be 82 seconds. En op de tijd staan 18 seconden. De dag accordé 82 seconden, toegestaande tijd 82 seconden.
So about 7 or 8 minutes down to the start of the Ashford Farm supported Young Riders second competition. Of course, it's the team final and the second qualification individually. That's an individual qualifier later over the weekend. We're underway in about 8 minutes time.
Pay attention please riders, after number 22 from Croatia, Lea Jelnik, there will be a break of 15 minutes, and after the number 34, Anastasia Nielsen from Monaco, we have another break of 30 minutes, and then we start the final team competition. So once again, after Lea Jelnik, number 22 from Croatia, a break of 15 minutes, and the second break after the number 34, Anastasia Nielsen, and then we have a break of half an hour. And in 1 minute, they will review our competitors. Mens, are you ready?
Always ready. Are you going to the auction tonight?
I'm going to the auction. I have saved some money.
Oh, you have? Good boy. The collection auction. Table's still available inside there, Bert, you know. And you can grab yourself a bargain at the auction this evening. Go and see the team I was talking about. Looks fantastic. It does look amazing.
Really, looks fantastic. And a lovely collection. Really a lovely collection of showcases. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's up to you. That's Friday auction time here at Tilbury. Equestrian Center. Attention, Olga Hetzel, Horses Arena is floats for the inspection now. So we will first have the individual riders, the 30 best individual riders. Will also be the riders for the Nations Cup, qualifying for the final 2 miles. Lovely music, we were so young then, Ed.
We are so young indeed. Well, the technical side of the department on our right is the jury on the left.
Yeah.
Young at heart. Young at heart.
Young at heart. Really? Okay, that's the first line. Let's concentrate.
Let's concentrate indeed. The Jackson Farmer Young Rider second competition.
Welcome along, welcome back. Delighted to have you with us live here on FEI TV. It is a big afternoon of sport coming your way because this is the team final afternoon for the European Young Rider team medals. Of course, individuals as well looking to get themselves into the top 30 to qualify for the individual final on a Sunday afternoon. We're going to start with the individual riders that are not involved in the 10 qualified teams. Of course, those 10 teams that we'll see: Denmark, Italy, Sweden, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Great Britain, France, Belgium, Germany and Ireland, with their 4 riders apiece, will come within that team rotation at the end. But the other individuals involved are going to start things off for us. And that all begins right here with this combination to start things off. Kim Varkaden. I thought, no, we're Vasco. We've missed the first one already. We've lost them. Vasco Escurio and Mills Sheridan, this for Portugal. As starting the proceedings off as the first. Sadly, just catching that double that comes quite early in this course. Set at 82 seconds with a time allowed. took the 9. Just chip that rail. I think some will go 10. Just widen out the line slightly. 2 strides, 1 stride. Lovely looking combination. Kept it quite short on the 7 to the first part of that line. Now round into the final line, carrying 12 at the moment. It's going to get 1. 7 to the last, and he's picked up time penalty. So 15 is the score. He had a score of, what was it, 57 when he started today. So his score of 15 there is 12 for jumping, 3 for time, 84-81. Yesterday's first round, or was the second round, first table A round. I mean, it really did sort them out in a lot of respects. It certainly split the teams. I mean, Ireland have got 3 fences in hand coming back today. It's a bit tighter behind them, but there's there were a lot that struggled at different points yesterday. It was a lovely course. It was always a different fence for a different horse, but now the turn of Hannah Egger for Austria, riding Montevideo 7. They just have that fence down. We have that one down. So she went on the 10 from 5 to 6. She'll have to just be a bit careful again with that time allowed, because it is going to force them to ride a little bit more forward than she is at the minute. .82 seconds is going to catch her, isn't it? Sadly, time penalties were always going to come her way. 22 is the score there for Hannah Egger, riding for Austria. Brings her championship total up to 60.93.
So let's stay with our friends from Austria, because Carla's next to come forward. Carla Vanko with Chicli.
Well, just lost 1 or 2 at the start, which is why I've just been careful before I realised who's next. Carla Vanko, riding Shelquy, is the next to go. Riding, of course, then under the Austrian flag with this ride.
Score 31-67.
This mare starts out today. On a score of 31.67. Again, I think she's going to get caught with the clock. She has been a little bit more forward than the couple we've seen before her. And it's a total of 23 when you combine all the scores together for Kronenberg there with 7 time penalties and 16 for jumping for the combination for Austria.
54.67 is the result.
So she moves on to 54.67 as a score.
Only the first Savage is at the right. Good little clears in the 130 classes over at Monte Carlo at the end of
Next to go, we look to this partnership for Monaco. Christina
Individual score
Cabanova, Chris
29-22.
Savage. Riding this mare. Competing in Port Hercule just the other week alongside the Global Tour. Much better. Certainly any fence on this course is vulnerable, but clear rounds are going to be hard to come by. It's riding. I love these silver birch top rails. I think this combination looks absolutely beautiful. Ooh, how did it stay up? The plank literally pushed to one way and then the other, and she's going to get time penalties. 86.50, another 5 on the clock, but 4 from jumping, 9 is the score.
9 points, including 5 down penalties, makes a total of
So
38.22.
was Christina Cabanova and Reni Savage. How did that stay? Unbelievable. Next to go is Thomas Himmelmeyer. And this is for Austria. Papillon d'Azur joining us in the arena next. Now,
result 28.63.
try to be careful. It's quite a narrow little double. Beautifully coloured. It's his first European outing. At the moment, just trying to find a way of working his way in to the top. 30 today. 28.63 was his score. Unfortunately, the middle goes down and the end bar. It's more and more expensive, that line. Pick up time penalties as well. I think the time will become less of an issue when we get to the slightly more experienced combinations later in the draw. But Thomas Himmelmeyer riding there for Austria, picking up a total of 20 today, 16 and 4. That mare by Lord Pethy. Going to stay, I believe, with the Austrian riders because next should be Elizabeth Canis. Getting started with Kankan 18. Riding in her second consecutive young rider Europeans, her 4th European appearance in total. This horse is 3rd, having once ridden it in the Junior Europeans. Lucky. Really didn't do a huge amount wrong. She was just looking for the turn. Finishing on the 4, there you have it, inside the time allowed. No problems in track. Look at that, 81.04, so she's in by nearly a second. And just that one fence falling down for Elizabeth Canis. It means that for the moment, at this very early stage, 30.075 is the best of the scores overall for the individual championship. Having those scored 15 yesterday, she'll be pleased enough to see the improvement here today. Whether that's enough to see her in the 30 forward, we do not know. But we move on to Lina Marzuzak going next. And Lina riding Je Toulon van der Rittevin, the gelding by E. Toulon. This partnership competing for the 2nd year in a row in the Young Rider European Championships for Poland. Lina Marzuzak. Oh, she just ended up sort of half a stride out. Almost went to chip in a little one. To the 12. Just going to go over on the clock. So 4 for time, 12 for jumping. Becomes a complete total of 16 for Lina. Toulon van der Rittevin, Lina Marzuzak there for Poland. The best score so far, that round of 4 from Elizabeth Canis, which has put her on top individually at the moment in these early stages. Around 30 or so individuals, I think it was. I'm going to double check that now, to go before we look at the teams. 34 individuals, and then we will go into the team riders. Meanwhile, it's a 4th European Championships here for Oliver Pisarik, riding in for the Czech Republic. And here with Oblix Van Het Sturenhoff, the gelding by Galiska van Pamel. Twice riding in the juniors, this is his 2nd appearance. And 4th Europeans in a row in now with the young riders. Of course, I'm sure you've realised, but if that fence goes down, the individuals, before we get into the team classification, the individuals are stacked, so the best individual placing of those not in a team is the last of the individuals to go, which will be Anastasia Nilsson for Monaco. And just to give you sort of a reference with that, she sits in 6th place in the individual standings at the start of today. So on each occasion when we see these individuals coming in, you can be assured in the knowledge if they go clear, they're guaranteed to take the lead at that point in the overall individual standings. On a day like today, clear rounds and 4 faults, I think are going to be very powerful, and that is absolutely brilliant. Look out at the time, 78.60. Some have struggled, but Oliver, using the experience and the knowledge with Oblix there, Van Stoneberger has just delivered a time well inside on the clock, 78.60, much more comfortable, and that is a sort of round that quite a few that are yet to come that have got an opportunity to have a little bit of a watch will be making sure they soar if they can. Lovely job, really nicely done. So we move forward now to Ida Selen and Escape Z. This is a horse that has had so much success already in its career with the world's one of the world's best riders in the form of Harry Schmolders. The ride too long, but Escape Z, this lovely stallion, it's her ride for what is now her 4th European Championship outing, her first time in Young Riders. It's a super little stallion, this one by Emerald, originally produced, still part owned, I think, by Danielle Ryder, British rider. It was the sort of newness of this combination that's perhaps counted against them over the opening days. But you can see they're looking quite settled so far today. Just maybe was a case they just needed a few more rounds together before they reach the championship, because if they jump like this from the start, they'd be jumping for a medal, I'm sure. Oh, what a shame that last goes, because they really didn't deserve it. They've certainly progressed over these last 3 days. Ida Selen there, riding Escape Z, having that fence down, is still good enough to go to the top of the board at the moment. 28.11, her championship score. Fabulous effort.
So cool at times, you really, really can. You did not deserve that. Not at all. Well done.
Peter Ostovitz goes next. This is for Hungary. His ride is Kronenberg PS. Line of horses this gelding by Kontagas. Peter, who jumped at the Europeans in 2022 as a junior in Spain. Wait now, and you can see the arena team straight on to make sure things are fixed and ready. Really hard-working team. They've done a fabulous job. hold. A little bit of repair work going on. I think they've decided to retire, have they? They have. Bad luck, Peter Osterits and Kronenberg PS. Hasn't been a great week for the Hungarian combination, but now we're going to move on to a partnership from Spain in a moment. This ride is Garanzi Landeta Smith with Emir de Burgos, the untouchable gelding. A combination that making their debut, both horse and rider, first time for either here at the European Championships. They had a fabulous Grand Prix win in Bistorizio in the Young Rider Grand Prix back in May. Also part of the Spanish team, obviously, there that finished on the podium in third. I think perhaps because they'd had the fence down at the start of that line, I think just left the horse a little bit unsettled when it got to the doubles. Had to come back. And she's going to retire. Just wants to have a confident finish, doesn't want to leave on a sour note, didn't want to come back to a double. Understand it, sensible horsemanship. So that was Garanzi Landeta Smith and Emir de Burgos, riding, of course, for Spain. In terms of the individual standings at the moment, Ida Sellen escapes exit in the individual gold medal position with a score of 28.11. As I said a short while ago, any of the riders that go in the way they're stacked up through the individuals that can jump a clear better the score. Now Elia Nack for Germany. Now Germany, of course, going to be very much playing for the medals this afternoon in the team. But Elia is the individual with Vigo's Cornetta. This Westphalian mare by the world champion stallion Vigo Sui. She rides now in her first young rider Europeans. It's the third Europeans for her. She did actually finish fourth back in 2017 in Samarin when she was riding in the children's Europeans on Campari. Goes as well, so the first fence falls. And it's one of those courses you can just get drawn from one fence, one problem to another. Clear rounds today. I mean, yesterday there was such powerful things to get a clear, really boosted you and your team's hopes, hence Ireland's absolute domination with the way it went. But again today, clear will give you a massive boost in the individual standings to try and get into the 30 to qualify. Sadly, might even pick up a tie fall here. We are. Total is 17, 1 on the clock, 16 jumping. Elianak there for Germany. Disappointment for them.
Again, a turn now, step forward for her nation, the Netherlands. Nina van der Laasheider, Z is wide. 22nd, one of the classes in Rotterdam, a couple of weekends ago in the Netherlands. Good place also, Chapman in Norway. 2 weeks before that, good form.
20.46 the result.
Oh dear, got in underneath it. Netherlands coming down to jump that last 17 for Nikita
From
Chung,
the
Norbelina van der
Netherlands,
Arsenheid Z.
Nobelina van der Langsche Heide, with a
Yes,
result of
into 7th
77
place in
points,
those
including time
overall
penalty, makes
standings
a
there.
total now of
Nikita Chung.
37.46.
So 3 more to come forward before we have a short break in footage. First, back to our friends in Austria, and Lena Lindberg. So Lena 2-1-1 is the right. Again, another one going well in that Nations Cup meeting out in Slovakia. Very good places there, the horse and rider.
Well, on course at the moment is Lena Binder with Selina 2-1-1, this partnership for Austria. This is a mare by Contendro. Lovely. Oh, they've just tapped that rail as well.
From Austria, Lena Binder, the European Championship starting Selina. We have a score of 12, including 4 time penalties in 85-28. That's a total result of 32.22.
So they finish on a score of 1 time 16 jumping. Nikita Chung there for the Dutch. Sorry, apologies. That was, of course, Lena Binder. Riding Selina 2-1-1. System just seemed to have frozen that, which is why I can't. So she finishes on 8 and 4. Now Mario Pena Sanchez riding for Spain as the next to go. He's just had the first fence down. What a shame.
It's a very all in this course elimination for the rider from Spain, Mario Pena Sanchez and Joral de Zets, eliminated in this
They're
European
okay.
Championship. 1 to go before the 15 minutes break. In the lead so far, Ida Seve SKZ. Zangerzijde Stallion 28.11 is the result.
But a long, long, long way to go.
Off we
Not
go.
halfway yet. And here's the gentleman coming next. This is Ducat about to get underway.
Now to take us up to the break, it's a combination for Croatia, Lea Delmek. Who's going to lead at the break at the moment? It's Escape Z and Ida 7. This is Ducat, the stallion.
Lovely score so far,
They do.
70.64.
For Croatia. Just the 4 with a little bit of time, maybe. Yes, 6.
Well, from Croatia, ladies and gentlemen, we have a score of 6 penalties, including 2 time penalties, 83-57. And that means total result now is 23.64, taking the lead in this individual European Championship.
So there we have it. They lead the way, Leodimic 23.64 with that performance of 6, giving them a little bit of a helping hand. We'll take a little pause, come back in 15 minutes time, at 26 minutes past the hour, I believe, maybe just a bit before, but we will be back shortly with the next little round of individuals before we get on to the teams. Looking for a start time on the teams, if that's what you're waiting for. It's going to start at 20 past 4 here this afternoon. So too long to wait. We'll be underway in just over a couple of teams.
Helpen voor een korte focus. Donkerkleur, kenteken G, 603 FT. Ford Focus G, 603 FT. Staan hier aan de weg. Dan moet u dringend verplaatst worden. Dank u wel.
Welcome back to the Young Riders team final day here in Pielbergen. It's Jumping European Championships here for Kronenberg 2024 for the youth. This afternoon we'll decide the team medals before we get to that stage. We still have a few more of the individual riders. Of course, only 10 teams got through or get through to the team final. We'll see all of the riders involved in the teams a little bit later on. But before that, we're working our way through the individuals that are not part of teams either at all or not any longer. So they're coming forward in reverse order of merit. The best of those not involved in a team will be the last of these individuals. So we've still got about 20 or so to go. Leading the individuals at the moment, Leah, Dynamic and Ducat, 23.64. Because they're in reverse order, any of them that do jump a clear will ultimately move ahead of anyone that's been before them. But of course, they all need to try and find their way, including those in the teams, into the top 30 to qualify for the individual finals on Sunday. So we're back underway with Teresa Sobodova. I Will Be Famous, riding for the Czech Republic. This Dutch gelding by Babalu VDL. This course has certainly proved to be a suitable test for these combinations. Time allowed 82 seconds is relatively snug, and it's certainly keeping them moving in a forward direction. But so far, now with that fence going down still the case, we haven't actually had a clear over it. 3 have gone round for 4, and that is as good as it's got so far. Strides then to this 5-strided distance, and you come round into the final line, which has been mainly ridden 6 and 7. So I think she'll be fine with the time. Although she might get a little bit close, she still actually might pick up 1, and she's had the last down, unfortunately, so it's suddenly 9 out of nowhere, it seems. Teresa Sobodova, I Will Be Famous. These are on a championship score of 26.11 across the 3 rounds of jumping, which puts her into second currently. One of those courses you can do so much right as you're going round, but then suddenly just a little loss of balance, rhythm, and you can find yourself on 4 or more. And that time is, as I say, certainly putting a little bit of pressure on them. You can see there's plenty of interest, a lot of eyes on what's going on here this afternoon, and we will see, as I've said, medals presented later. This is Aurora Coronagano riding here with Contento 23, the partnership for Italy, this stallion by Contendros. She did a brilliant job there, needed to shorten up. Sadly, another fence falls, it's a different one this time. Gets over the last, gets round for 4. Great achievement for Aurora Coronagano and Contento 23, because it moves them to the top at the moment. 20.54 is that final score. well be enough to. I don't know, we'll see if it'll be enough later to get them through. Top 30 at the end of yesterday, separated by around 13 penalties, so 13-2-5. So you'd expect a few of them to have fences, maybe, and you just never know. Right, here we go. Next up, Mariana Michakulova riding Dalton de Tigi, the stallion by Don't Touch Tijihiro. Started today on a score of 14.6, sorry, 9-6, down in 40th place. It's the middle of the combination. Those wonderful silver birch poles falling in the centre. Again, time looks okay. Just jumped the last to finish it on 4. And that they have done, and that will move Dalton de Tigi to the top of the leaderboard. 18.96 is the final score there for Mariana Michakulova for the Czech Republic. Best of those so far. So well done to them. The next up, combination that sat in 36th place overnight individually. It's Mia Marlene Lano riding then as an individual for Estonia with Colton Kiefer. 14.4 their starting score. Oh, that's already gone up by 4 to 18.4. If they can keep it to just 4 penalties, they would move up to the top. But there's a lot of jumping when you've had the first fence down. She's going to get time, but it's still been a remarkable round. I mean, what decision she took once that first fence had gone down was perhaps just to be a little bit steady. And that, in terms of the time, of course, gives her 4 more, but a lot of the difficult lines she mastered. The problem is, of course, those lines become even more difficult once you have to start riding at a pace that will get you inside the time allowed. But that is 8 as a score, goes 3rd individually in the championship. Mia, Marlene and Lano for Estonia. Now for Hungary, it's Leah Sestani riding Hamor. The next to go, this stallion, next of the individual combinations, sat in 34th place overnight on a score of 14. Carrying the 12 towards the last with time penalties to add in a moment as well. 4 on the clock. 12 for the jumping from Leah Castani. So dropping into 8th place, picking up those extra 16 penalties today, finishing on a total of 30.
Total now of 30 penalty points.
Well, the next to go is for Finland, Annie Herp riding Callboy by Calandro with Gelding up next. Now they start on a championship score of 13.62. Oh, there we go, there's going to be a new bell. I'm not sure what happened there, but they're going to start her again. So Annie Herp for Finland.
Personal score 13.62.
And she found her way into the top 10 in the Baltic Championships a few weeks back on Lipstick HX. Time at the Europeans with Callboy. She sat in 33rd place overnight, so on the presumption that some of those above her will inevitably have problems, a clear round not only would put her on top right now, but I'm sure would also pretty much guarantee her a place. But she unfortunately already added 4 to her score. At the moment, that would still be good enough to put her on the top of the overall championship individual leaderboard. Doesn't want to have another one. That was a proper little knock. .92 is the time, so they're safe on the time, but 8 is the score. So for the moment, Annie goes into 3rd. 21.62 is at that final time. So still the leading score, 18.96 as a championship score. Now it's Alice Lieni for France. It was a bit of a surprise. They hadn't even gone better than we've already seen. I mean, can she join in the mix today? Because, of course, we've now moved into the top 30 from the overnight scores, 13.03. So a clear round. Yes, again, puts you in the lead, but what it would do now for any of these final riders, it would guarantee them a slot in the top 30, and that is enough to qualify. This is Volevent de la Sierre, the individual for France. France as a team sat in 4th, going into the teams in a short while. Well, what about that? We waited for a clear. I said what it would mean if she delivered it. She did. Alice Daney knows she's going into the final. as an individual, because she sat 29th the other night. She's only going to finish higher than that, but we guaranteed her that place. So well done, 13.03, the first clear round over this course, and I'm sure that will also bolster France a little bit in the team. She'll be able to feed back any information she can to the team riders. Well, we move on. Same applies for all these remaining riders. Alexandra Kronenberg now for Poland. In 25th place on a score of 12.8 with Barbarette. The mare by numero uno had 8 penalties yesterday. Well, the 8 penalties here already pushing them in, well, out, I should say, of the top 3 positions currently. Certainly be hoping if those 4 fault rounds we've seen a little earlier could yet find their way through to the individual final on Sunday. Nicely done. But it is still 8. She did get safely in on the time. Alexandra Kronenberg and Barbarette. So goes into 4th place in the championship. Alice Lieni leading. Mariana Metroklova in the silver. And Aurora Garango for Italy sat in the bronze. Next to go for Poland. 2 for Poland in a row. This is Natalia Sido, sorry, riding first one, score of 11.8 as she starts, with this Dutch gelding by Galliard de la Pomme, sitting in 23rd place in the individual standings after the first 2 legs. That has gone. Well, 8 penalties would still let her hold on to the individual bronze for this moment or two. Jumped for 9 penalties yesterday. It was 8 plus a time penalty. Time allowed looks good. Jumps the last as well to finish on that score of 8. So it is a championship total of 19.8 for Natalia Sido, and she moves into the individual bronze. Although, of course, it is a slip back in terms of a score. Could yet still be enough, we will see. We now have 3 more to go in terms of those individuals we've been looking at before we get to the team competition. Now it's Aurora Vasma riding for Finland with Cantabruno, the gelding by Cantablanco. She just had 1 fence down yesterday. She's sitting on a championship total of 9.57 and is currently sat in 18th place after yesterday. Fortunately, adding 4 more. But that, for the moment, would still keep her in the silver position. Nice round here, just one more fence to jump. Time will be tight, but I think she might. Yeah, she's in. Just the 4 for Aurora Vansama. For Finland, with that ride, Kenta Bruno. So she does indeed go into the individual silver medal position. Still Alice Elieni and Vol Avant de la Sierre leading, not by much, 30.03 versus, sorry, 13.03 versus 13.57. And Mariana Michkova sat in the bronze now with 18.96. 2 more to go. Now to the combination that had that fabulous result on day 1 of the Young Rider Europeans when they won the speed leg, which is why they are able to sit on a even score of 8. Sadly, it was 2 fences yesterday that cost Matthew Gurry his opportunity, and of course he was left out of the team to concentrate on the individuals. This is Calac de Cimarron, the gelding by Contagio. His score of 8 has now become 12. That's still enough to put him on top if he can keep it to the 4. So again, another fence falling, which will maybe bring a time penalty as well. Actually, 9 is the score. Matthew Gurry goes into the bronze for the moment. 17 the score. 17 it is. So it's going to be interesting how the individual order evolves. There's 1 more to go now. And Anastasia Nilsson is the next up. Rides, of course, for Monaco, and this is the best placed individual as things currently stand before we jump those in the team. She sits in 6th place overnight, and of course was the individual gold medal winner at the junior level last year. She's on a score with Bo van Hagenhorst of 2.98. The individual order overnight was Ireland, gold and silver, Tom Watchman and Niamh McAvoy. Jules Olasoni for France sat in the bronze medal position. The leading score 0.27. There is less than a fence separating the top 7. So if Anastasia can put the clear together and others, when they come later as part of their team, start having problems, there could well be a chance to see her moving up. Quite some achievement for this young lady if she could win back-to-back gold from junior to then young rider. She's so balanced. She makes it look so simple. Time's going to be very tight. That's the only thing that might count against her. What about that? On the nail. She could not have judged it any better. 82 exactly. Jumps the clear. And that will put some pressure on the 5 that sit above her. She will stick on 2.98. She sits in the gold medal position. Matilda Boland, Ollie Fletcher, Jules Oloselli, Lee McAvoy and Tom Watchman have all got to watch out, because that round from Anastasia Nilsson shows that she means business, and she is there looking to try and do back-to-back golds in juniors and young riders. It's her first year at young riders. Right, now we get set for the team medals, the team decision, the team final for the Young Rider European Championships that will be between Denmark, Sweden, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Great Britain, France, Belgium, Germany and Ireland. Ireland, of course, in the gold medal position ahead of Germany and Belgium, and Ireland with a huge advantage. There's no questioning that. Let's see what happens. We'll be back in about 30 minutes' time with the first horse to go in the team final.
The next round, the second round of the team final for the young riders. De half uurtje. We gaan verder. Deze prachtige strijd, dames en heren, Europees kampioenschap en deze week aangeboden door de Export Farm. Gevestigd in Bochum, België. Topbedrijf voor een van de belangrijkste stallen in Europa. Bedrijf geleid door Lucier en Dankjewel.
mir eingeladen zum Probeexamen. Den Tag warst du doch auch da. Weißt du noch, wo wir alle hat kommen lassen zum Probeexamen?
Ja.
Und Lexi irgendwie so
Ja,
Fehler
genau.
rausgekramt und die mussten dann alle,
Ja, die Dienst, ja.
und dann mussten sich alle auf die Zimmer verteilen. Und Julia hat sich dann auch in so Schlaf oder in Zimmer gesetzt und dann kam der wohl einfach von hinten und hat die dann so angefangen zu massieren und sie wusste gar nicht, was sie jetzt sagen sollte, so richtig. Ja, und er hat dann einfach so,
Der wusste ja nicht, der weiß doch nicht, was das ist.
was das?
Der wusste doch gar nicht, was das ist.
Hat ja auch zu ihr gesagt, ich sag, kann das denn vielleicht, dass sie seiner Schwester vertan hat, so. Ja, weil ich sag, das macht doch eigentlich, ja. Ja, nee, eigentlich weiß der das und ich war ja auch da an dem Tag und so weiter. Andy, der Masseur. Ah, okay, ja, das ist geht ja so schnell hoch, ja. Ja, das ist so sehr gut. Der ob der noch irgendwann bestimmt mal eine halbe Stelle irgendwie Kran nimmt, dann macht er der Hauptamtliche Gerät total. Keine Ahnung, irgendwas, was er nicht mehr hat. Ah, ja, okay. Das kann natürlich sein, ne? Ich weiß gar nicht, wie alt ist Geld ist. Doch schon. Ja, ich auch schon. Feuerwehr gibt es aber noch nicht 40, eigentlich 42. Ja, da hat er was vor, denke ich mal. Erstmal per Feuerwehr, ne? So, euer Jungs, da sind wir ja schon wieder. In eurem Dienstmail bin ich hier geplant für August. Ich glaube, alle Wünsche berücksichtigt zu haben. Sollte etwas unklar sein, bitte melden. Viel Spaß, wobei auch immer. Wobei auch immer. Der Kollege Eikens ist ein Rettungssanitäter Azubi-Kreis und zunächst nur zum 4-Wochen-Praktikum eingeteilt. Heißt also, der bleibt jetzt wohl nicht. Okay. Tatsächlich hat ihn zu lang. Mediation. Traurig. Ja, weiß ich nicht. Fangen wir mal an, wo ich jetzt hier wohl machen muss. Aber erstmal mal Urlaub anschauen. Dann direkt den ersten Tag nach dem Urlaub haut den sofort den ersten Mal Dienst ein. der Krämer zusammen.
Ja, den auch noch.
Ja, Ballerina Krämer.
Kenn ich schon zusammen.
Nee, der ist mal Duisburg.
Ja?
Der ist Falk-Fan.
Ah.
Der glaube ich mehr Duisburg als hier. Und dann hat NEF und Curling. Der eine ist nämlich da. Jetzt Rabenhorst. Okay, da kann ich mit reden. Lindenhorst. 24. Nochmal mit Rabenhorst. Geil.
In 4 minutes, we will start again here at the FEI European Championship Kronenberg 2024 with the final team competition for the young riders in second round. 10 teams at the first position is the team of Ireland, 5.74. Germany, second, 20.03. Belgium at the third place, 22.89. Fourth, the team of France, 22.98. And at the fifth position, Great Britain, 25.77. Sixth at this moment, Switzerland, 26.34. At base number 7, the Netherlands, 27.33. Eighth, the team of Sweden, 32.88. Ninth, Italy, 33.26, and at position number 10, Denmark, 46.66. The individual score will also count for the riders.
Well done, everyone. Here we go. It's time to get things underway. The medals are on offer. The podium awaits 3 teams this afternoon who will become the European champions in the team for young riders. Well, it would be hard to not back the Irish, considering they start this afternoon on a team score of 5.74. And the gold medal position, Germany, who sit in silver, are on a score of 20.03. So, as you can tell, that's a solid 3 fence advantage. Stranger things have happened. It is as tight as you like behind Germany, though. And Belgium sitting in the bronze on 20.89. France just behind them by the merest of nothing, 22.98. And then Great Britain on 22.57. Switzerland on 26.34. The Netherlands 27.33. Sweden 32.88. Italy 33.26. But we start with Denmark 46.66. They squeezed in, and they will start things off with Cecily Kaya riding as the first of the Danish team. Good luck to her. The Danish team kicking it off. Jumped for 8 yesterday. She has a championship score individually as well, because of course their scores today will count towards the individual. Time allowed on this course, 82 seconds. A little bit close. Now coming round to this final line, this upright, parallel upright. Last fence. Seem to have lost the clock for the moment, but the last has gone. She did everything else, but it is that final fence that catches them out, and what a shame that is. It is that score of 4, but she's safe on the clock. So for the moment, of course, the Danish team can yet still finish on that 44.66. We're going to turn our attention to the Martina Ferrari now, whose championship score individually is 13.4, and starts after that 4 jumping 5 time score yesterday of 9 here with Alonco Hero Z. Of course, if like yesterday any of the positions for the medals are tied on faults, there would be a jump off, but it's only in the event that there is a tie on team faults for the medals. The lower positions would just be divided by time.
For 31 and 3-time penalties for Martina Ferrari, Alonco Hero Z. 3-time penalties 34-31. One moment, please, because the countdown is not working. The time on the screen is not working. We are working on it. One moment, please.
Ich glaube, das soll immer noch alles gefällt.
Beyond Herman takes on board representing Sweden. Apologies for technical issues. They are being dealt with as I speak. Captain CK said is about to get us underway then to beyond them. Individual silver last year was the young rider over in Italy. A sixth European final.
Penalty points at time 81.40 for Beata Hemmerlin from Sweden. 12 in total in Sweden at 32.88 so far.
So we go down to the turn now. Vincent Bourne is with Karen. Vincent Bourne is the 70. Vincent Bourne is Wiley Karen. They're first to go. By the team silver medalist last year on the Junior European. Good luck here this afternoon. The home nation.
Netherlands at its 7th position, 27.33.
So this is Wesley de Boer for the Netherlands. Sadly, a couple of fences down. Clear rounds are going to count in a huge way here. Of course, you know, with the way the course is riding, it could draw the Irish into trouble, and that 3-fence score could evaporate. But these early riders and these teams looking to push up desperately need clears, because they will offer the route to the medals. And only 2 riders have actually jumped this course clear across the individuals we saw earlier. The Dutch, who started today within 8 faults of the silver. Going to pick up a time penalty, aren't they, as well? You would think, yes, just over 9 is the score.
97 points, including a
So, as ever with the opening riders, we'll hold these as discards for the moment and wait and see what happens once the second riders have been from each of the teams. Obviously, if you get it clear, that's just the start that you could ask for, the best possible start you could ask for. And the next to go will be the Swiss team, led by their chef d'équipe, Cornelia Notz. Their first rider is Gaetan Joliet, and this ride is Varun de Hus. Jumping very well from the individual perspective as well. They just had the first ones? No, that was just a noise we heard. Sitting inside the top 20 as an individual as well, this jockey. 8 faults was the score yesterday. What about this? Like I said, the clear rounds will boost your team in a way that you could only dream of today, and that will be a big help for the Swiss because they are very much now in medal contention, pushing towards the podium maybe. 26-34 the starting score. They sit within a fence of the bronze. I was just checking my maths. And within 2 fences of the silver, so that is the perfect start. Now, Great Britain, Ava Vernon, of course, a former junior European champion. Didn't have it particularly easy yesterday as the pathfinder for the British team. She rides here with Lanida Shock Z. Tracy Newman's team on a score of 25.77, starting today in 5th place. Let's wave a little rub, just running a bit down to this. This has been a tricky double for plenty, but the whole course has. Getting a little strong, running on. Oh, barely touched it. She'll be able to look back at that and rightfully feel a little bit hard done by because, I mean, it was as if the pole even thought about it before it fell. She knows what it's like to win a European Championship. Today, she came very close to delivering a clear, and if it hadn't have been for the misfortune of a gentle rub, and that really was a gentle rub. Ava there finishing on a score of 4 for Great Britain. Still, then that just helps the Swiss because it gives them that little bit of an advantage. But as we know, these are early stages with these early clears. Now we move on to France, the team that sit 1 spot away from the podium. They are within a fence of Germany. 22.98 their score. Germany, of course, sitting in the silver medal position because of Ireland's substantial lead at the moment. I'm looking more at the silver. We have France, of course, who won the junior European team title yesterday. Now with this man, Baptiste Equinière, riding black and roll. penalty score yesterday. Super start for France at the moment, though. These final 3 fences, 2 as it is now. Time is good. 1 more fence to go. France about to put a lot of pressure on the teams still to come if they jump this last, and they have. That was a super way to open for France. Their pathfinder, Baptiste Hinier, goes clear. And Olivier Bost's team try to make a move. It is so close at the top. I mean, less than a fence between France, Belgium and Germany in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. It is as close as you could ask. Well, now the turn of Belgium. They sit today at the start in the bronze medal position. Their first rider is Mathieu Podarihui with Oscar Lehomage. Yeah, just had that 1 fence down yesterday. From an individual perspective, he's in the top 15 as well. Still clear as he comes back to the combination. Beautiful fence, 2 strides, upright, 1 stride upright. Certainly already notable with these slightly more experienced riders at this end of the draw. They're finding the time and the course that little bit easier to manage. And Belgium know they're already under pressure from France and possibly Switzerland. They needed a clear to start it off, and that is what they've got. Well done, Belgium. A bronze medal position team able to apply a little bit of pressure then to Team Germany. And the Germans come next. So fabulous performance from them. Really, really good. They're so close to the top. Right, here we go with Germany. Magnus Schmidt is the first of the team, and he is also the highest place individual for Germany, sitting in 8th place on a score of 4.44. So big moment for him in this competition. Yet to ever win a medal, it's his 3rd Europeans. But could it be the year? Germany, of course, best placed starting out today to chase down Ireland, but Ireland are 14.29 penalties ahead, so have 3 fences in hand. Seeing a huge amount of skill on display. They know what is being required, and they need to be so pinpoint accurate today. Ooh. Right. Oh, and the last. Well, pinpoint accurate they need to be. But Miss Baloo and Magnus Schmidt have had 2 down, and Germany suddenly know there's a little bit more pressure on them going forward. So what does it mean? It means for the moment, well, actually nothing changes because they, of course, could yet get to the end with performances as zeros. I mean, the only thing is that Belgium, of course, who sit in the bronze, are 17.15 behind the team from Ireland, which is actually 4 fences clear. Oh, and what a moment as well, because from a individual standpoint, the young lady that sits in the silver medal position overnight has just had the first fence down for Ireland. Well, they may have fences in hand. It may take time to see how and if they use any of them. But that, from an individual point of view, never mind the team, was a huge moment for Niamh McAvoy here with Yasmin de Herminda. She was on the gold medal winning team. Of course, Ireland looking to defend that gold this year. She's taken gold in ponies on teams, took a junior team bronze. She's yet to have won an individual medal. She will fall out of the medals here today, most likely. And it's another one. She was absolutely perfect over the past couple of days with her performances and suddenly went ahead. But Niamh McAvoy, 8.86 now individually. Of course, Ireland still have Tom Watchman, who starts today in the lead, in the gold individually. So, of course, that plays to their advantage. We'll see what happens. Right. Now, this is Alicia Cameri. The next up rides for Italy. The second of the Danish riders, I believe, has withdrawn. So we now move on to the second for Italy, which does mean that the Danish team will move on to 50.66. Already with a discard of 3. Calandro, Zed, this gelding, knowing that before they start. And Italy starting this second rotation of riders. Well, this is looking strong. Just one more fence to go. Time is going to get tight as well, but she might just get in on the clock, and she has. 8.8135. We get a clear for the Italians, and they are going very nicely indeed. It means they stay for the moment on that score of 33.26. And they're still only holding a 3 penalty discard, so tremendous performance. That clear round individually as well will, of course, be a boost in terms of their individual performance, which means they stick on 11.39. It goes into 6th place. Well, the turn now of Ebba Quenta riding Helios. Sweden go next. 12 penalties the score from their first rider in this team final. This gelding by Spartacus, second of the Henrik Lanner's Swedish team. Sadly was for the discard yesterday on a score of 20, and sadly again having 4 already, which with that 12 they're holding back means that Sweden's score already beginning to change. and change still further. Certainly going to drop behind the Italians. Eight is the score, and it's an 8 they will have to apply, which moves the team onto a score of 40.88 after 2 riders as a best possible outcome for Sweden. So they have now fallen behind the Italians, who now have just shy of 7 penalties in hand over them. So good news for Italy. They move up from 9th to 8th. So the next to go is Emma Bokken. Rides, of course, for the home team, the Netherlands. This is Cadessa Z for the Dutch. And had a really difficult day yesterday. Has the chance to really bounce back and help the team today. The discard the Dutch have got in their hand is a 9. Ooh, very close. Shows how, sometimes sport has a little bit of luck on your side. Sometimes it doesn't. Gentle touches sometimes stay, sometimes go. What a performance this is after yesterday. The Netherlands needing a clear. And edging ever closer to 1. 1 fence left. There's going to be some cheer if she jumps it. Well done, Emma Bokken and Cadessa jumping clear today to keep the Netherlands on that score of 27-33 and keeps them moving in the right direction. They can hold away that 9 penalty score from their opening rider, Wesley de Boer. Sensational. Well, next up, it is the turn of the Swiss, who are very nicely placed at the moment, because Thibaut Keller joining us here with Happy Girl T. Though they had 8 penalties yesterday, we already know that Guitin Joliet has jumped to clear for the Swiss. So if they can get another one on the scorecard now, then things are looking good for Switzerland. Zangerscheid fence is one he'll look back on with a little bit of frustration, I'm sure. Second fence going down, meaning the Swiss stay on that score that they started with for the moment, but now holding a discard score. Although if they can keep it to 4, that will be better than some of those around them. Coming home then. Oh no, they've had the last down. Little shake of the head, just dived at it slightly. And Thibaut Keller, happy girl T, repeating the score from yesterday for them. It is an 8 penalty score. And for the moment then the Swiss finish on, well, they stay, I should say, on a score of 26.34. Well, the British will be next. So far, if we look at those tying up tight here on scores, the Dutch, of course, have a score of 27.33 as the best potential outcome. That was their starting score, so was 26.34 for the Swiss. What about Great Britain? They've picked up 4 from their opening combination. Now it's the turn of Jennifer Billington here with Flipper Darko. UKZ. It was an 8 penalty score yesterday for these two. The lightest of light touches, and Ava Vernon ended up on 4 to start this off for the British team today. If they're going to push for a medal, they also are going to need to pull a clear out the bag with the way things are starting to evolve. Just got to be a bit careful there, and unfortunately the middle goes. So Great Britain's score does change, and it moves it backwards now, or moves it up to a score of 29.77. So they've now slipped behind Switzerland and the Netherlands. Hopefully Jennifer, for their sake, can keep it to the 4. She does, and she's in on the clock. So it's far from over, but Great Britain 29.77 is the best potential score they can achieve, which meant if the final riders, of course, go clear for the Dutch, for the Swiss and the British, it would be Switzerland ahead of the Netherlands and then Great Britain. But both the Swiss and the Dutch are holding slightly bigger discards. We'll see. France there have a chance to push for medals here. Their score still 22.98 from the start. Now it's the turn of Iona Merzidri riding Arcifo, the stallion for France. Now France, who've already had that clear round delivered by their opening rider here in this final round, Baptiste Agnier. Iona, who is that 8 penalty score from yesterday. Out of contention in terms of the individuals, really, so it's certainly down to the team. Oh, there'll be plenty of nervous people watching on. France, he started today in 4th, as we know, and with it being so tight at the top, well, getting tighter and tight between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Is it clear? Yes, it is. France are really making a move for a medal here. Well done. Iona Merzidri goes clear on Arcifo. They're staying where they started. 2 clears on the board. 2 riders to go, and all they need is 1 more, and they can do no more. What a competition this is turning into. It is going to be fascinating what happens, especially over the next 3 rounds of jumping, where we see Belgium, Germany and Ireland's second combinations. So let's look at Belgium. They sat in 3rd place. I mean, it could not be closer. The team scores at the start of today, and as it stands, 22.98 for France, 22.89 for Belgium. We can't even afford a time penalty, because it would reverse the order for Belgium and France. So, Evelina Putters, who is up next, who was the discard yesterday on a score of 12 with Oberon VDH, could really do with delivering that clear now to help Belgium stay ahead. Of course, even if she has faults, Belgium could still stay where they are, but it'll add a lot more pressure. The release, you could hear it from France once they got that second clear. Of course, the key rounds in a moment as well that are going to define how things start to unfold a little will be Germany and Ireland, because both of those teams have scored 8 apiece. So certainly Germany need a run of clears from their riders, and Ireland, well, their advantage is such that they could probably still have 2 more fences down and still win the goal, but let's see what happens. Well, for the moment, it's held as a discard. Just needs to be a little bit careful with the time as well. And the time penalty is not what she needs. 82.29, a time penalty is what she gets. It's a score of 5. It is held as the discard for the moment, so still as it stands, 89 is the score. But of course, that 5 penalties, and France 22.98, but have those 2 clear rounds. So it's certainly looking advantage France between Belgium and France in this battle for the bronze. What those teams both have, which I guess is quite useful to them, checking the maths. In fact, they don't, do they? They don't quite have a fence over the Swiss at the moment. Joanna Beckman, Germany. The shock of the 8 for the opening rider, Magnus Schmidt, has meant there's a lot of pressure now for the team that started today in the silver medal position. Joanna, who had a score of 16 yesterday with Queen Frida, he will be keeping everything crossed for the German team, because at this stage, if they have a fence down, they will fall out of the medals, and that's what's happened. If they have another, they will fall out of the top 4. Back down to the top 5. Team jumping in show jumping has always, in my mind, been this ultimate game of snakes and ladders. Climb and slide and fall and rise. You just never know where you're going to be until you get to the very end. Well, they get to the end and they pick up a time penalty, so it's a score of 5, and that moves Germany on to 25.03. So it does drop them out of the medals, but it does, for the moment at least, just keep them ahead of Switzerland, who could yet finish on 26.34. So that moves Belgium up into the silver medal position and France into the bronze medal position. But of course, it was only Germany were the only team that could say they had 3 fences from the Irish. Belgium, you know, the gap back is 17 marks, so they could have 4 fences down and still hold the lead. Fascinating round about to occur, not only because it will define how Ireland approach the final 2, but for the individual gold, this combination lead the way. We've already seen them lose the slot of silver to Niamh McAvoy with the fence falling. What about Tom Watchman? Catalina S. He has just looked the class act over these early couple of rounds over the past few days. This horse so experienced. He, of course, a Tremendous medalist in his own right, already in youth championships, and his first time at Young Riders, and he's settled in beautifully. Got his brother Max on the team. And of course, Ireland, who've got the 8 penalty score from the McAvoy, needing ideally to keep it off the scorecard. They like to finish today with a clear, but all of the clears mean something. This one means the most because of the individual consequences, and that counts. Ireland, wow. A little bit like what happened to the British rider, a small little touch and it all changes. It changes for the individual. He might pick up a time fault here. Is he going to get in? He's just in. For the score, 9.74. So they've given away one of those advantaged fences so far to certainly to France and Belgium as well for the moment. Wow. It's not done yet. But they still have plenty in hand. But I think the bigger story with that fence falling is Tom now has dropped out of the lead of the individual medals, because Anastasia Nilsson, who got the clear earlier on when the Monaco rider, the defender, she's the junior European champion from last year, and she's now in the gold medal position at the moment. There is still 3 riders we haven't seen that could yet upspur her, but either way, it hasn't quite worked out for the Irish so far. Still on target for gold in the teams. Now, Caroline Cudston riding Lindless Calicon, this mare by DiCaprio. We're back with Denmark. So this is now the 3rd rider in the rotation. Sadly, it's gone. And it's still a big improvement over yesterday's round from Caroline Cudston there, and Landless Calicon for the Danish rider. She finishes then on a score of 4, which is a team score now of 54.16. So that for Denmark.
Yeah, we get a few things to say as well, just while we have about 15-minute break before we go back to the last part of the Ashes Farm teams. Is at the
I've just been told there's a break. Wasn't expecting it, but we're having one. So we'll come back with the final 2 riders from each of the teams. Talk about build the tension here. This is great. So there's been changes in the individual, but this is team final day. And on team final day, the best potential scores are 9.74 for Ireland, who are in the lead, 22.89 for Belgium in the silver, and then France, 22.98 is the score for the bronze. But France is certainly looking good because of the fact that they've had 2 clears. Then after the top 3, the best placed for the moment is still Germany, 25.03. And then it is the Swiss, 26.34, the Netherlands, 27.33, and Great Britain, 29.77. Not over yet. Who's going to win it? Come back and find out very, very soon.
to go. European Championship Kronenberg 2024.
And just 5 minutes left on the timer before we go back.
Halfway at this moment, halfway in the team competition. Immediately after the team competition, we will have the round in Germany with the National Horse Arena.
Here we go. Welcome along. This is what it's come down to. There are 2 riders left to go for the teams, and the medals will be decided. Here for the 2024 FEI Jumping European Championships for young riders here in Pedelbergen, Italy, who have had a good strong start to this team final, but still coming from that score of 33.26 after the first 2 days, holding a 3 penalty discard as they start out. Ireland still very much in control of their own destiny, with still plenty in hand, and despite having had fences down, which of course has had a massive impact on the individual order, it's nevertheless, for the moment at least, not having a big impact on the team order. We will see what happens as we go through. Who wins silver, who wins bronze? That's very much up for grabs. That's certainly a long way from being concluded. Italy, first of their final 2 riders is Martina Simoni riding Beirado. The first we'll see then on this restart. Time allowed, to remind you, is 82 seconds. I mean, of course, this is the same course the individuals jumped before the teams got underway. Overall, across what is now 55 horses that have jumped this course, we will have seen only 8 clears. They're not easy to achieve. This combination for Italy, sadly, with a discard yesterday, and now seeing what they can do. The score of their championship score is 20.7, which, you know, is the sort of round that actually might just lift you into the individual placings, but we will see. They do what they need to at the moment, but the 8 penalties don't count yet for Italy. They means they move their team score on to 36.26, which keeps them ahead of Sweden. It is, with the time added in. So, as I say, their best outcome, 36.26. Still with 1 rider to go. It also means their worst potential score is 48.26, which means they are guaranteed to finish ahead of Denmark. So 9th place is secure, but still with a chance of a top 8 finish. Josephine Torell, though, for Sweden. Sweden, who have got a 12 penalty discard there, keeping off the books at the moment, as they now have this partnership of Dabrasel, Demensil and Josephine Torell, who scored 12 yesterday. That adds 4. 44 now, the score. saw those all going down, and they're all going to count because it was a 12 penalty they had as a discard, so it'll move the score onto 52.88. Which just for the moment keeps them in front of Denmark. In on the clock, 12 it is. So, as I say, their best score available to them is a 52.88. Their worst score available would be a 64.88. So they'll hope they can finish on the 52, but it's guaranteed now Italy finish ahead of Sweden. So Italy now guaranteed to finish in 8th or better. This is the turn of the Dutch. 27.33 is the score. They got a lovely clear round from their second rider, which has certainly boosted their performance. Well done to Emma Bokken after the problems yesterday. They're holding on to a 9 penalty discard from Wesley de Boer. Now the turn of Fleur Holman and Fultic. And this is a combination still trying to push into the individual placings as well, sitting on a championship score of 14. So they're gelding here, the Dutch gelding by Baltic VDL for the home team. If they could get the clear and just stick with the score they've got at the moment, it would keep them ahead as it stands of Great Britain and just put a bit of pressure on the likes of Germany and Switzerland. That isn't to be the case. That's a 4 they will have to count. Again, they're getting a little bit tight to the clock, and they have just snagged the time penalty there for the Dutch. So that score of 5 is obviously counted, and that moves them on to a best potential outcome of 32.33, which also means the worst potential outcome for them would be 41.33, which has meant they are guaranteed to finish ahead of the Italians. But 32-33, just opening a little bit of a window to the teams to come. Next to go, it's the Swiss team, who started with a lovely clear round in this team final and had that score of 8 from Thibaut Keller, the clear coming from Gaetan Joliet. Now the turn of Brian Schmitz and Korea von Hoff. 12 yesterday. (26.34) the score. The Swiss at the moment are within a fence of a medal inside that 4 penalty window for the silver and the bronze. They'll know it. Well, they are doing everything they can to find their way on to the podium. They're still playing for a medal here today. Well done, Switzerland. Well done, Brian Schmitz and Korea von Hoff. That clear round means that they still yet could finish on the score they started today at 26.34. It also means the worst score they'll end up on is 34.34. So guaranteed to finish ahead of the teams we've seen so far. Superb, isn't it? Look at the happy smile, well deserved, under pressure. Really is under pressure. Well, we move on. Next up, Great Britain, Claudia Moore. Difficult day for Claudia yesterday, both individually and as the team, when she scored that 16 on Hard Esther, who's got a fabulous track record at European level and part of the team last year when she also finished 4th individually. Now she really needs to concentrate on this opportunity for the team with Hard Esther, the British, with both of their first riders picking up scores of 4. And that, for the moment, has left them a little bit out of kilter when it's come to trying to reach for the medals today. Clock just getting perhaps a little tight, but after yesterday, she's looking like she could bounce back rather well today. 3 scored, though. Leaves the fences up. Little shake of the head, but I think Claudia should be very happy after the round yesterday to come back and leave all the fences standing today to score just 3 for Great Britain, but it will count for their score, and it means that the British team now move on to a total of 32.77. Now, what it also means, because they're holding a 4 penalty discard, is the worst score available to them is 36.77. It does mean that it's not decided yet between them and the Swiss, but they're going to need Switzerland to make a mistake, and they're going to need a clear. Right, here we go. This is certainly pushing for the top, or certainly pushing for the medals now for France, and they've had a pole. Their runner clears ends, sadly, for Charlotte Schloss and LB Zonel II. So France just having their first fence down, and that throws it relatively wide open now. I'll stay a yes on that 22.98, but it puts a lot more pressure on the rest of this round and on their last rider to go. That goes as well, so certainly will get tense. Certainly going to open the door to the Swiss with that round, and 10 it is as a final score. Wow. Well, 8 and 2. For the moment, yes, they stay on the 22.98 they started on because they hold the 10 as a discard. But what it does open the door to is the potential possibility of them finishing on a score of 32.98. And, you know, that would then slide them back behind the Dutch, the Swiss, and the British. So the swing is available, depending what happens. Wow, who would have seen that coming after what was looking like France pushing on? And they could still do so. They just need one more clear, and, well, then the 10 is irrelevant. But it's jeopardy. Victor Blekier now for Belgium. There's jeopardy here because they are already holding a 5 penalty discard. Vic and Lefisso, this partnership that had 8 penalties yesterday, trying to make sure they don't now give up any faults. because otherwise that will make a change to how things stand coming into the final riders. For the current moment, after 2 riders, Belgium was still holding on to the silver medal position. Oh, wow, what a round this is. He's been so calm. He keeps it calm and he crosses the line. Victor Plekje. Clear round number 2 for Team Belgium. They stay on 22.89 as a potential outcome for them. The worst score they'll fall back on is 227.89. So just having a little look, I think with that round it would be safe to say nothing. I'll say nothing for the minute. I think they've come very close to confirming they might want a medal, but what colour we will see. I'm pretty sure that's what that just meant. Doing the maths as we do this live. Now Germany. They need a clear to try and stick with a score of what could yet be 25.03. That score of 25.03 would keep them now ahead of Belgium, and it would certainly, sorry, it would keep them ahead of the Swiss. My apologies, not they wouldn't stay ahead of Belgium, but they would stay ahead of the Swiss. They 22.98, of course, at the moment for France. But they want to get ahead of Switzerland if they can. And stay there. Mick Kornhorst, who has also had a good round for the individual as well. His score of 5.01. Had him in 10th place individually, and he has the chance to move higher than that. If he can get the clear, Germany so desire. Brilliant performance. Well done, Mick Kornhorst. Struis Constanz goes clear for Germany. Wow. And he knows as well that it'll have a fabulous impact on his abilities in the individual competition as well. So Germany now stay on that 25.03. At worst for them, it would turn into a score of 33.03. Wow. Well, I'm hoping I've got my permutations right, otherwise I'm going to hang myself with the next part of what I'm going to say, because here we go with Ireland's third rider, and they can win gold here with Francis Derwin. They currently sit on a best score potential for them of 9.74. They are holding an 8 penalty discard, which if you included that would take them up to 17.74. even if Francis had a fence down, that would only be 21.74. The best anyone else can do is a 22.89. So either clear or four, and Ireland retain the team gold. Well, months ago, it was gold in Italy for the Irish. In 2024, it's gold in the Netherlands for the Irish in the Young Rider European Championships. They have defended the title. Francis Derwin's clear sees to that. Fabulous performance. Congratulations to them all, to James Kernan's team from Ireland. They still have one more rider to go. We will see, of course, Max, because of the individuals. But that leaves them on a best potential score of 9.74. Even if you added the 8 that they're holding as a discard, it would move them on to 17.74. There is no team that can better that score with any of the performances. Well done, Ireland. The gold medal is theirs once more. But the podium for the silver and for the bronze, there is no doubt that it's going to come down to these final rounds. Here we go. Within the order at the moment, still has Belgium currently in the silver medal position, France in the bronze. It's as close as that. Right, already picking up 4 here. This is unfortunate, and that going down. This is Denmark's Frederik Venholt riding Take a Chance on Me Z as their last rider, the anchor man. And it's a shame as well, because he had been clear yesterday. Eight is the score for the last of the Danish riders, and that will conclude the team on a final marker 62.16 for the championship. 62.66 is the score for the Danes. So we are now down to 9 more to go. The one thing that I think I can say as well, there's not going to be a jump-off today. Of course, we saw a jump-off for the bronze and silver yesterday in the juniors, but we're not in that position. I don't think anyone's got their digits close enough on the way it lines up, so we can't and won't have a jump-off. Lorenzo Cordeiro clearly have done well today. Clear and a 3, the counting scores so far. They're holding a 12 as a discard. 36.26 is their score. It's their final rider, Lorenzo Cordeiro, riding Dalancani Chardonnay. Well, they finish on the 4, and that means they finish on 40.26 as the final score there for Italy here in this championship. Guarantees there, as I said, ahead of Sweden and also Denmark, so they've moved up into 8th place. They could, finish in 7th. It will depend what happens with the Dutch. Here comes the last, though, for Sweden, and
Position number 10 so far for Sweden, 52.88.
Matilda Bolin here, of course, is sitting in 5th place as an individual, so Sweden may well be out of play in terms of trying to get a medal, but 5th place overnight and a score of 2.72 individually would be enough to put her into the gold medal position currently. There are still 2 riders to come that could yet move ahead of her, but with the faults that came for the Irish, the door opened, and 4 faults there, though, will sadly put pay to her chances of moving to the very top, I believe. So that score converted now becomes 6.72 for her as an individual, and for the moment that will go into the bronze medal position for the Swedish rider, which is still potentially an improvement from 5th, because she's got herself ahead of Neve McAvoy now, but she's still just sitting behind Tom Watchman. Well, that means that Sweden as well, sorry, just to wrap up the team result, finish on a score of 56.88. Now, for the home team, with Finn Botkamp, it's their final rider for the Dutch, trying to keep them on that 32-33 score for the Netherlands. Also from a individual championship, which we've got to keep an eye on, his score of 3.19 could put him right up there in the silver medal position at the moment. Big moment. Big moment there for the Dutch. Punches the air, because we know what it means for them as individuals as well. They'll stick with 3.122.33 as a final score in the team competition. Now, this could well turn into a medal-defining round, because the Swiss team looking to try and stick to 26.34 to put all the pressure on those teams from France and from Belgium.
So you may leave the arena. We will have a break. We will solve the technical problem. Please leave the arena.
There's a technical issue.
Much more time in the warming up, and then we start again. But we first have to repair the system.
Well, the system is down, so for whatever reason, that's not easy. That's not easy, having to leave and then come back. That is not easy.
So one moment please, ladies and gentlemen, we will solve the problem. Last time you see was Vin Boerkamp from the Netherlands and Per van de Bisschop. He was there, and that makes the score for the Netherlands at 32.33, and the personal score for Vin Boerkamp 3.19.
Yeah, well, that I agree with Bert. Thank you. I was getting worried that I was going slightly mad. As much as yes, we love computers and they are very useful to us. And I think a Keep is, without question, if not one of the best systems on the market. And we love it for all the good that it does. But sometimes things don't quite go to plan, and there's a lot of different scores to keep when you're looking at young riders, you're looking at the class itself, you're looking at the teams, individuals, it all going on at once. And occasionally I've decided that my pen and paper is a little more reliable, although we as humans are still fallible, so I'll keep my fingers crossed I haven't got my maths wrong. We're going to take a pause, we'll take a little break, we'll come back as soon as we can. Obviously, we don't know how long this break will be, and in fairness to the rider that's just got out and those still to come, they're going to have to give them enough warning and time.
So already European champion, Ireland, European champion, with Naya McAvoy, Tom Watson, Francis Derwin, Max Wexton, and Reese Williams, and team captain Bruce Kernan.
Right, as you can see, we've got things back working. We're going to give those previous riders 5 minutes to reorganise and come back in. And then we will continue with this final few riders in the young riders.
So we know that Ireland is the European champion. Netherlands on a score of 32.33, Italy 40.26, then Sweden 56.88, and then Denmark 62.66. We are waiting for the next rider for Switzerland, then we have Great Britain, then we have France, Belgium, Germany. And of course, the last rider of the winning team, Ireland.
Jak tam nie ma gdzie usiąść, żeby oglądać?
Okay, we continue, ladies and gentlemen, this box exactly European Championship.
So I think we're good to get back underway in a moment, and I think our issues have, with a little bit of luck, being resolved. So here we go. We'll have had the chance to just settle, warm up and go, and it is an important round because the Swiss on 26.34 is their best potential outcome, which, if they could achieve that, would give them a hope of a medal. Ahead of them still is Germany, who sit in 4th place at the moment, and then it's, of course, France, then Belgium in the bronze and the silver. But the clear round gives them a chance. If they can get that, they stick with the score, and then if the others falter, and they're all holding discards, then the Swiss can rise to the podium. They put themselves in this position by delivering 2 clear rounds already, but they are holding an 8 penalty discard themselves. Geraldine Straumann goes as their final rider on a score herself of 8.9, but this is about trying to get a clear and trying to just maybe be there to catch the medal if the others have fences down. Sadly, that fence, though, counts to the score and moves them on to 30.34. And now that's, well, it won't matter what happens next because they were holding an 8 penalty discard. They will finish on a score of 34.34. In fact, the Dutch have moved ahead of them thanks to that clear round we saw a moment ago from Finn Borkamp. So the team from Switzerland, though, have now just given themselves a little bit of a headache in terms of trying to keep moving for medals. They won't be able to do it. There are now teams ahead of them that can't score as high as them. So there we have it. It's a total of 12 for them as an individual, but it's the discard mark in the end for Team Switzerland, who finish on 34-34. Thank you, Bert, for agreeing. Well, next to go, Great Britain, and the British team could yet finish on 32.77. I don't see a route to, well, I do see a route to a bronze. I don't see a route to a silver, is the way I'll leave it. In fact, yeah, they could somehow squeeze ahead of France, but they couldn't get ahead of Belgium with the way things currently stand, I don't believe. Their last rider is Oliver Fletcher. Hello, Willem. Hello, William. The combination, of course, that after the individual performances over the last couple of days, let him rise into 4th place. And, well, he will simply know not only does a clear round finish things off nicely for the team, I'm sure he's more than aware that a clear round will also move him into the individual gold medal position going into those finals on Sunday. Huge, huge round for Oliver Fletcher. Little slip, had to sit the horse up. Hopefully it won't affect their rhythm too much. To put him up into the individual gold. Going into the finals, there is still one rider that could upspur that, but at worst he would sit in the individual silver medal position now going in to those individual finals. Big out-breath from Oliver there. I'm not sure that he breathed much on the way round, but cracking performance from Ollie. Well done. Hello, William. So, for the British team, they do finish on 32.77 as a score, and I don't see how now that gets them into the medals as much as I've looked at it, because they've actually fallen behind the Dutch. 32-33 is the score for the Netherlands, who could somehow still sneak a bronze. I haven't looked at that, but that is how it stands depending on what happens. But realistically, Oliver will not move far from the warm-up gate because he'll want to see what happens here with Jules Olosoni, not only for France trying to take a medal here and perhaps secure their medal position as maybe silver, maybe bronze. A clear round will do that. It'll 100% guarantee a medal for them. What it also is, this is the one rider that was left in the order to go that could move ahead of Ollie in the individual rankings. He was in the bronze medal position last night when we arrived here for this class. Ollie, of course, is now in the lead, but this is the one rider with a chance to get back ahead of him. Oof, little tap. The Irish 1-2 overnight down in 4 of 5. Well, Francis Derwent actually moved up into 5th. Of course, Niamh McAvoy had 2 down. Here we go, final line to guarantee France a medal. They took the gold yesterday in the juniors. Is it a medal in the young riders? Yes, it is. And up into the top spot goes Jules Olosini. Well done, Charlotte, 198. The French team finish where they started today, 22.98. They've got 3 riders clear. Sensational performance, and as we know, it guarantees them a medal. So now it's down to the team from Belgium. Now, it was the French that were at risk of losing out had they had a fence, or had to include the 10 penalties. Belgium, who go next, Leon Brothurst, the worst score they can finish on is 27.89. That is the worst score available to them, which means they've already, by a quirk of fate, been guaranteed a medal. But if they go a clear round here, instead of it being the bronze medal, they will go back in front of France for team silver. Good luck. Here we have Leon Brothurst, Crelion Vidal. His score yesterday was 4.803. His individual score, and it's over. It is silver for France. It is bronze for Belgium. But the European champions, well, that was signed off a long time ago. Belgium will finish on 27.89 as a score. They finish on the 8th. And they can be happy enough, though. Disappointed, yes, but happy because they are going to be the bronze medal winners, and the team from Belgium will stand on the podium here this afternoon. They started today in the bronze medal position. They finished today in the bronze medal position, but it is silver for the team from France and Ireland who take the gold. We still have 2 riders to jump because, of course, irrespective of anything else, Germany still need to lock in a score, and Ireland as well. And there is, of course, those individual moments at play as well. So this is Lies Nottling and Javal Royal K, the last of the German team. Unfortunately, on a score of 13.25 individually. I mean, still important they try and get this clear because that gets them into the top 20 individually, which will, of course, qualify them for that individual final. I believe, looking at the system, 22 are going to qualify out of the young riders, sorry. The young riders individual final will take place here on Sunday afternoon.
Bo na razie pewnie numer jak punkt czasami nie wiem czy jak to wyrzucę, ale jak punkt na zero to mam medal nie brązowy. Belgia. Nie mam tylko Belgia. A czy zaczynał na zero to nie wiem.
Sadly, that has gone, and with it adds 4 to that score, so needs to be very careful, but now on 8 it's going to become harder and harder to get into the individual final here.
For Germany, look at the score, 11 in 84.06.
Well, as you see, they finish with the 8 today, and that already confirmed.
That's the only international semi combination. It's going to do that done at Max for Ireland with the wonderful Kill Kenny. Very good performance this week with the horse.
Max Watchman then the last to go. Ireland have got it already sewn up with their team gold to make it back-to-back gold medals, but Max would like to be very much in play with the individual honours as well. His current championship score is 6.05. A clear round would put him into 8th place and put him as the 3rd best of the Irish riders. It would mean then all the Irish were in the top 11 going into the individual final. And he comes, of course, this is a horse with a lot of skill. Rider with a lot of skill. He was part of that medal-winning team last year, and he'd love nothing more than to see himself somehow find his way to the top of the board. Is it possible here today? We can only but wait to see. Sadly, it's 4, and that does mean that he will finish on a total going into the individual final of 10.05. So he slots into 12th place, but it is, of course, a golden day for Ireland as they win the Young Rider European Championship once more. Congratulations to their team.
For the team of France and Belgium at a bronze position third. Congratulations.
It has been a super day for Irish show jumping. Tom Watchman, Francis Derwin, Lee McAvoy and Max Watchman secure that title ahead of France and Belgium. It has been quite magnificent. The individual honours, Jules Olaseni goes into the final on Sunday in the gold medal position. Ollie Fletcher for Great Britain in the silver, and Anastasia Nielsen for Monaco. The junior European champion from last year is very much looking to do back-to-back gold. That will be one amazing feat if she manages to pull it off. We'll see. She's currently sat in the bronze. It is exceptionally tight between plenty of them. What a day, what sport, more to come over the weekend. Tomorrow, the children's team final is on at 9:30 local time here, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. We've got the individuals as well tomorrow afternoon for the juniors. Of course, France won that the team title yesterday in that. And then Sunday, the children will have their individual final on Sunday morning, and then the young riders on Sunday afternoon. We're going to bring it to you all live here on FEI TV. We'll leave you with the presentations for you to enjoy the ceremony and more. Congratulations, Ireland. It has certainly been well deserved, richly deserved, with some fabulous, fabulous rounds of jumping. Ireland, young rider, European champions for the teams.
they are preparing everything for the setup, the presentation, prize giving ceremony of this European Championship for teams. Young riders with the winner, Ireland, so it's team captain James Kernan. Final score for the Irish team, 30.74. Within a few moments, ladies and gentlemen, we have the prize giving ceremony.
Hekje?
Dus 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. We're waiting for the presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Sun is still shining. Cultural day today here at Kronenberg Crescent Center. And the three best teams will enter the arena within a few minutes.
Microphone 10 to 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Don't forget tonight, of course, it's auction time as well this evening. A couple of tables are left. Make sure you put your bookings in and there. We'll get you in and get you some good deals on the auction. That's the collection. And of course, after the show party at 11 o'clock, you'll be dancing there tonight. And there's a public bar as well, so everyone can enjoy the auction too.
Well, the collection and the auction this evening, collection for future European champions, I think. Thanks to the Asphalt Farm, sponsor of this European Championship Team Riders, Young Riders, Asphalt Farm from Bocholt in Belgium. Now, we are waiting for the three best teams, man. They will arrive here.
I tell you what as well, good teams, but very much looking forward to the individuals as well on Sunday. That's going to be very, 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 very fun on a Sunday afternoon. The top 30 coming back individually. More jumping tomorrow, of course, on the sand.
And I can see them now. They are nearly at the arena. It's Hensel Horses Arena. And our sector, the Labrauers, Elons, Obeys, from Field. And the second position, the winners of the silver medal, the team of France. Captain Oliver Oss, and the members from the Iceberg, Madame and Jackie, the rest of the Absolutely. Wacht de bronzen positie voor het team van België, wat hier binnenkomt onder leiding van teamcaptain Philippe Lacus en met de leden Mathieu Bortoli, Elie Putters, Victor Becker, Leon Brunstaat. Vanaf de statiedekens van de Escortbaan opgelegd bij de paarden van het team Ierland. Die ziet er gelikt uit. De renners worden opgesteld, ze zullen zo dadelijk richting het podium gaan. En wie komt zo in die rol staan?
We do. We need our most autistic group to take over charge of the horses, please, so we can dismount the riders ready for the podium presentation. So, all you hard-working groups, thank you.
And we will start with the team at the third position, the winners of the bronze medal. Going to the podium now, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear you for the bronze medal winners, the team of Belgium. There they are. Philippe Lacus, team captain, and the members Mathieu Bortoli, Elie Putters, Victor Becker, Leon Brunstaat, and Mathieu Thierry on the podium, please. Go on. And there we are. Belgium, bronze medal. Let's hear you. And now at his second position, scored 22.98. We invite the winners of the silver medal, the team of France, team captain Olivier Vos. And the members, Baptiste Actor, Ilona Mazzabri, Charlotte Sos, Juliette Solini, Alicen, La France.
And saving the best team until last, the golden medal winners, the FEI Jumping European Young Rider Championship. To the podium, please, as taking the gold medals. Steve McAvoy, Tom Watchman, Francis Derwin, Max Watchman, Reece Williams, James Kerr and the chef to keep the brilliant victors, Ireland! It's my absolute pleasure to welcome forward to present the medals to our winning teams today. Not only a dear friend of many here at Fieldhogan, but he is the president of the ground crew and the FEI representative for this afternoon. We welcome forward Les Mars to make the presentation of the medals. First of all, to the team in third.
Presentaties van de Glenmaas, dames en heren, namens de FEI aanwezig, voorzitter van de jury, internationale ground jury, presenteert het team van België het banen van de bronzen medaille op dit Europees kampioenschap. Mooi moment voor Glenmaas, ook uit België afkomstig. België dus op een fantastische derde positie. Wat was het spannend, wat zat het dicht bij elkaar. Leek er nog even uit te zien dat Duitsland al op de podium kwam te staan, maar uiteindelijk zijn het toch deze Belgische teamleden die de bronzen medaille meenemen. Uitgewerkt door Glenmaas, voorzitter van de internationale jury, hier vertegenwoordigd bij de FEI, de Fédération Équestre Internationale. Now, going to the winners of the silver medal. Deuxième, l'équipe de la France, avec Olivier Bosch, chef d'équipe, Baptiste Achter, Ilona Menzabri, Charlotte Vos, Duc Ansolini, Annie Zelin, La France, deuxième. And now met the golden medals.
Absolutely. Let's head forward to the golden medal winning team. There with the chef to keep, James Kernan, Steve McAvoy, Tom Watchman, Francis Derwin, Max Watchman and Reece Williams. And then present the gold medals to your brilliant new champions, as they were last year, Team Ireland.
Omhanger van de gouden medailles bij het Ierse team. Een prachtige score zonder al een geweldige vorm. 13-74 is het uiteindelijk geworden. En daarmee goed voor de gouden medaille. Ja, even een fotomomentje met daar de drie landen op de plaatsen 1, 2 en 3. Bedankt.
Ladies and gentlemen, if not doing so, can we invite you to be upstanding as we celebrate the win of Team Ireland by playing the national anthem of Ireland.
Flags will be on the screen. Wil u alle gaan staan voor het volkslied van Ierland.
Thank you, everybody. Team Ireland, congratulations.
Trofeeën worden nu uitgereikt, dames en heren. En de Carol namens de exportplan uit België ontspelen. En de Carol met de trofee. Allereerst voor die van België. Exportplan begon als sponsor aan het Europees kampioenschap voor teams Young Riders.
Great to see Andy Carroll here on behalf of the team, the brilliant action fans supporting our young riders here, as he does throughout the year, to be fair, not just here. Tom and the world has chosen him. He's very happy with the results.
And then second first, the team of France. Okay. Nice moment. And then trophy for the European Championships. European champions Ireland with all the lovely horses, Jasmine Dahamida, Catalina, Lexi Kay, Joe Kelly and Preston van het Reebroek. What other riders without these lovely horses there? And then Carol next to the team who win the gold medal here at the Europeans.
Thank you, and great guy, and Carroll representing Team Action Farm for the trophy.
Our technical delegates, Jerry Bono, and our congratulated teams, third, Belgium. Want het is uitgereikt de zandtafel voor je aan dit Europees kampioenschap van de TV Gregory Bono. And also for the team at the second position, of course, France. Gregory Bono uit Frankrijk afkomstig, trots op het Franse team. Vandaag de runners-up, de mooie tweede plaats hier in het EK. Then going to the winners island.
Thank you, Gregory. Our technical delegate, Gregory Bodo, to make the presentation of the plan. Thank you.
En wie welkom Marco Jacob, president of the board of Kronenberg Equestrian Center, the powers from the Netherlands. Voorom Jan Jansen, show director and general manager Kronenberg Equestrian Center, and on behalf of the management team, Tess Kenkers. Flowers, what is the team from the Netherlands? Congratulations to the third team, Belgium. As I talk to Marco Jacob, president of the board, Jan Jansen, general manager, show director, and on behalf of the management team, Tess Kenkers. Flowers to the team of France. And congratulations also to the winners today, the team of Ireland. Dan zal er zo dadelijk even een fotomoment zijn They do it all. Let's show the flowers now, competitors. Come on. And ladies and gentlemen, give them a big hand once again. Let's hear you. Come on. You're so started. Yeah.
The whole presentation party came back in for the photograph for the memories and the history of the 2024 FEI European Championships here. Thank you to all our presentation team, to Kent, to Gregory. Marco, and of course
Ja, mooi moment. Huldiging hier, prachtig fotomoment. And now we are going back to the horse. For the lap of honor. Horses of Belgium, Oscar wil maken, Oberon, VDH, Egypto, Corpion en Turbigal, Connected, Silmanol. Horses of France, Black and Roll, Arcipo, LB Sarnelli, Charlotte, Vollevan de la Serre, and the horses of Ireland, Jasmina, Hermida, Catalina Spexike, and Kilkenny, and Preston Bonnet, Rainbow. What are the riders that are the wonderful horses? So, are you ready all for the lap of honor? And ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the lap of honor? Let's hear you then. The grooms here in the middle, and in the center.
just get the group over top. So that's what we're going to the stage. Congratulations. Scott Francis, back in the ring.
Many thanks to the export farm, many thanks to Carol Enda. So, ladies and gentlemen, the end of the presentation. What will we have this evening, Matt?
Thursday dinner and a beer, and then at the auction, the collection auction inside, we've got an after show party from 11 to take place, and the public bar will be open for those who still want to attend in the bar in the Dory tonight. Something to look forward to.
Okay, auction this evening. Have a lot of fun.
próbował